Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my most favorite artists. Today is day 4 of 4 episodes focusing entirely on the work of Helene Schjerfbeck and this piece from 1935 entitled Girl with Beret, or Girl in Beret, is one of her final great masterpieces. As far as I'm concerned, she did make some paintings after this that are some of the greatest paintings I think in all of art history that we'll get to in a little bit when we take a little bit of a look at her biography. But this painting is maybe more likely something that somebody might want to make and put on their wall than some of those late self-portraits that we'll talk about in a little bit here. I love this painting. It's beautiful in its simplicity, and yet has a lot of there's a quiet intensity to this painting that I love deeply, along with a lot of her other work. Just a quick there's the painting and some of its info there on the screen. Okay, so the plan here is we're going to talk in a moment about how complex today's painting is. Is this something you're going to want to try doing? We're going to talk about the materials required. Then we're going to transfer the image onto the canvas. We will talk about the Imprimatura, the stain. Then we'll talk about Schjerfbeck's biography and how it relates to this particular painting, and then the last few paintings she made after this one. We will underpainting. I'm not sure. We'll see. I've got to pick my daughter up from school shortly, so I don't have a lot of time. So that also adds a little bit of urgency and keeps me from diddle-daddling around too long. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are about to take place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, a couple dollars, $5, $100, all those kinds of things are greatly appreciated. No amount is too small because they all add up. I mean, if all, almost 4 million people who've watched videos on this channel left $1, hey, things would change dramatically around here. I'd be doing this twice a day. So if you scan that QR code, it's going to take you to a page that looks like this, where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Just make sure you've got the web addresses correct. The link is down there in the description below, and it's on my website and the Facebook group if you wanted information about that. And if you wanted to send an e-transfer or check in the mail, package, or anything like that, contact me through my email, which is on my website and the Facebook group. Those links are down there below to find that. Or my address is on the Facebook group and my website. I don't put it here because I get so much crazy spam already. Speaking of the Facebook group, here's the link in the QR code to join the Facebook group. And then I encourage you to take a photograph of whatever you've created today, upload it to the group so we can celebrate it in the next free bonus feedback episode. I'd love to see what you created, whether it's paintings or even drawings, even if it was the drawing course that we did almost 6 years ago. We're coming up on the 6th anniversary of me doing all of these live streams. Been doing it pretty much once a week for 6 years. And it's all documented there on our Facebook group. Okay. How do I... Okay, just getting started. Okay. So it's time to turn our attention to the scale of complexity. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something that you want to try doing? Okay, so the levels of complexity would be, we start at beginner and go to novice, intermediate, advanced, and lastly, you become a master like Schjerfbeck herself. A beginner, someone who's never painted before, has no idea what we're talking about, but just wants to get started. Novice, someone who's hopefully at this point done the color wheel, done maybe the value scale, understands a little bit more when I talk about color temperature, what it is we're talking about. Intermediate is an artist who could have been painting for a couple months or 25 years. Intermediate is quite a broad range of abilities there. You know, some people are determined to advance as quickly as possible, and they can move through this step pretty quickly. Some other people are content just to paint for fun, and there's no urgency or pressure, and therefore they might stay in this intermediate zone for the majority of the time they're painting. Advanced artist is someone who's now pursuing their own themes and interests, creating their own paintings from scratch, is maybe even starting to exhibit or sell their work as well, has a lot more confidence than any other level below there. And then a master is like Schjerfbeck herself, Leonardo da Vinci, Frida Kahlo, you know, greatest of the greatest. Most of us never reach this spot here. So where is today's painting located? Well, I'm putting it right there at the beginning. So if you've never made a painting before, if you've never watched me before, today's the kind of painting I think that you could do. And so I'm excited to do a painting, an episode that focuses on a beginner's artwork again. There's lots more of them, but just so you know that this could be one of them if that's where you want, if this is where you want to start. Let's talk about materials required. Now, I did an 1.5 hour long episode going into great detailed depths about everything I'm about to talk about here in the next 5 minutes. But again, if you're just watching me for the first time and you just want to get started, I want to give you kind of a brief summary so that you can just jump right into it and then worry about all the details later. Right? So everything I'm about to talk about is documented in a free downloadable PDF that you can download totally anonymously. You don't have to give me your email address. You don't have to even give me a penny in order to get this information. It's all free. It's part of my philosophy about making art as accessible to people around the world, no matter what their financial ability is. So you can download this PDF and print it out at home, take it to an art supply store, or look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. Use it to help you buy stuff online. So essentially, the main things we're about to do is we're going to make an acrylic painting, and I'm going to use a 9x12 sized canvas board. The link to buy this particular one that I like off of Amazon is down there in the description below if you want to use that link. And let's see, we'll talk about gesso a little bit here. Expect to have a disaster. I really just put this page in there for myself because the more rags and things I have around almost always means the less likely I am to have a disaster. And should I have a disaster, well, I'm very well prepared. It tends to be disasters happen when you're not prepared. So this is sort of like me giving a little, what would you say, sacrifice to the to the art gods. Please, no disaster today. All right. If you don't give them that sacrifice, whoa, I've been there. So we're about to use what's called the split primary palette. I didn't invent this process or approach to painting, but I'm certainly on a mission to popularize it. I think every elementary school kid should learn this approach. I was just teaching a painting class the other day in person to some people who've never painted or who've painted before, who are like, oh, I've taken dozens of different art classes, and this is the first time I've ever understood how color works, which, you know, makes me so happy that somebody actually didn't give up after the first class, that they were determined to pursue this knowledge. And so this just makes things so much easier, I honestly. Anyway, it means we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus a black and white. Or actually, I mix my own black. In fact, I'll probably mix my own black, even though there's a lot of black in this painting. So this also makes it a lot cheaper to buy paint because you're only going to buy 7 or 8 tubes of paint. And you can mix basically every single color the human eye can see, except like neon, super saturated colors, which you're probably very unlikely to use ever anyway. So this approach to painting emphasizes color temperature. So every color has what we call a temperature. Some colors are warmer or some are cooler, right? And so the importance of color temperature can't be overstated because the warm colors, according to our eyes, appear to advance forward while cool colors appear to recede into the background. So you can create the illusion of depth in a realist painting, a photorealist painting, or you can do it in an abstract painting. You can make two colors like someone like Mark Rothko did. You put two different reds next to one another, and one red is going to appear to advance and one's going to appear to recede. So it also makes it just easier to mix the colors, and because all you got to do is just ask yourself, where is the color in space? Is it close to the picture plane is it coming towards the viewer? Then I'm going to use my warm colors. If it's in the background, let's say like mountains or skies, probably a cool color. Right? So it just simplifies the whole color mixing process because you just ask yourself, where do I want to put this color in terms of the space of the painting? In the foreground or deep in the background? And if it's in between there, it's a combination of warm and cool colors. So I'm going to flip blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to fly through this next long list of paints. Again, it's all preserved in the PDF document. Now, I recommend these Amsterdam paints. I think they're the best quality paints for the buck. So a tube of paint like this costs about like $18 Canadian. This is the 250 milliliter size. And if you buy, again, all 8 tubes of paint like this, it's going to keep you, if you make one painting every month, it'll keep you busy for the next 4 or 5 years. So it sounds like a lot of money, like, oh, that's like $200, $150 worth of paint. Yeah, but it's going to keep you out of trouble for the next, 5 years, right? Some other sports and things might seem a little bit cheaper at first, but then you start having to invest more and more and more money. Once you got the supplies, you're good to go. Now, so these are the paints I suggest you get if you paint with Amsterdam. You could spend 3 times the price for half the amount of paint with Golden, and you're probably not going to notice the difference. In fact, you're probably going to feel like this particular paint is really thick and gummy, and you're not going to be as happy. At least if you're a beginner. Some more advanced artists really like that highly textured paint. But anyway, let's go through this list. And again, all of this is, if you're like, oh, you're going too fast, I can't screenshot all this. Well, just download the PDF. You don't even have to screenshot it. It's all nicely formatted in a document, and you can print it out, highlight it, put it on download it to your phone as a PDF. Now, there's 4 brands of paint here that I do not recommend: Fevicryl, Mary's, Peebo, and Museum Color. Peebo particularly I think is egregious because they're the largest paint company in the world. And essentially, every paint company puts a little bit of titanium white into their paint as a filler. And so Amsterdam does that too. But Peebo does way too much of it. And I've used this paint in in-person classes, and it's super frustrating because every time you try to mix colors, they all look very pastel. Or if you try to mix your own black, like I'm going to do today, it's going to look like just a medium gray, and so people are like, what am I doing wrong? Why is this happening? It's like, you haven't done anything wrong. It's just the paint. That's how they put it together. So this is, if you do use Peebo, you got a great excuse. You can say, hey, it's not my fault, it's the paint. Okay, so let's move on to the next step here, the image transfer. So let's get the image onto the canvas. So let's just take a quick look here. So there's the original, and then here's my version. I just traced it out using my iPad Pro in the Procreate app. I just brought the image in and traced over the lines. right? And then what you can do is download. Well, actually, let me first show you where this is. Okay, so what you would do to find this image is you could scan this QR code or enter in this web address. It's going to take you to a page on this Dropbox folder here. You'll see at the very top there's our art supply guide. Here's where the color wheel template is, color temperature template, value scale. Those all correspond to videos that are in the playlist down there. And then you're going to see there's like 400 plus different folders from artists from around the world. There, you got Leonardo da Vinci on there. You've got Paula Mendelssohn Becker, great artists, Paul Klee, Paul Gauguin, Paolo Uccello, Pablo Picasso, Frida Kahlo, where's Emily Carr, Georgia O'Keeffe, and then Helene Schjerfbeck here. You can see that there's 3 folders. We've got an intermediate. That was for this painting. We've got a novice folder, and that was for these 2 paintings that we did last week. And then we've got today's folder. And you'll notice in today's folder there is the original, the original painting we're going to use as inspiration. And then there's 2 versions of the outline. One's a PDF and one's a JPEG. Whatever's easier for you to download and print at home is what you need. So let's look at that image. There's the original. There's the downloaded template. You print it off on your inkjet laserjet printer at home or work, or just on a regular piece of photocopy paper, and you're ready to go. Okay. I hope everything's going. Usually by this time there's like 20 messages in the comments section there. Not a single one today, so it always makes me a little worried that maybe something's not working, but oops, yeah, you can see that there. Okay, so I put a piece of tape there on the top, and then I can arrange this wherever I want it to go. I think I'm just going to put it pretty much in the center. I might move it a little bit off to the... Sometimes I want just a little bit more space in front of the face. Okay, oh, I should also mention, okay, so this is a 9x12 sized canvas board, and one of the things that I always do is they come pre-wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off and then I give it a gentle sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper, and that helps take some of the coarseness of the texture off. Then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top, let that dry overnight, and then I sand it again the next day. Now you don't need to do that, and if you're like, I've never heard of this gesso thing, don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. The difference though is that by doing that extra little step, I make the surface a little bit smoother to paint on. And if you're a beginner artist, probably you're going to prefer a smoother surface. Because if you're used to drawing and painting on paper, and then you paint on canvas, sometimes the texture, the weave of the canvas, I often describe the difference between painting on like a smooth surface is like buttering a waffle, versus painting on textured canvas is like buttering a waffle. Okay, okay. Let me do that again. So I often make the comparison between painting on a smooth surface like buttering a pancake versus painting on a textured surface like a canvas right out of the plastic is like buttering a waffle, right? If you butter a waffle, the paint just keeps the butter just keeps getting stuck in all the pockets of the waffle, versus if you butter a pancake, you don't need much butter because the butter just glides around on the surface. So it's a little bit different experience if you're painting on a textured canvas. Having said that, nothing wrong with it. And probably most people aren't going to notice that much of a difference, but it is kind of nice to go to that extra little step, I think. Hey, Stephanie, nice to see you there. Awesome. Okay, so I've got my image taped there, so now I'm going to use my carbon paper, or I think this might be, I don't have the package here. I think this is actually graphite paper. Not a big deal. I mean, they are graphite, charcoal, and something else. Graphite, charcoal. There's another one very similar to that they often make this paper with. Are different substances, but they are going to do exactly the same thing, which is to help facilitate this image transfer. Now, you could do the free drawing course I did here on YouTube. I began almost 6 years ago to the day, and that has been seen by millions of people. It's the most popular thing I've ever done in my entire life. And if you were to take that class, you'd have a much easier time of drawing this image from scratch. But since I want to focus on painting today, I've just kind of skipped that step and just gone right to this process here. Now, I know some people are like, oh, isn't that cheating? You're just tracing it. Oh, that's so lame. Well, the truth of the matter is that artists have been doing some form of image transfer like this for about, I don't know, 600-700 years, including some of your favorites like Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael. The whole Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle clan used techniques just like this. So maybe they were cheating too. The thing is, artists are super secretive about their processes, and part of my goal here is to demystify the painting process and let you know that there's lots of different ways to make a painting, and whatever method you use, if you're having fun and you're getting the results you like, then it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks or says. And if they do have a problem with it, point it my way and I'll beat them up for you. Okay, so her signature's there on the bottom. I mean, I might put it on the painting later on, but I think we'll see. Well, let's. I'll put it on later on, just so that I always have that option. Okay, actually, let's keep that tape there with it for now. Hi, Christina. Nice to see you there in the chat, too. Awesome. Okay. Our next step is called the Imprimatura. If you've never heard it and maybe never said it, it's worth just standing up wherever you are and going, Imprimatura, because it's the most fun art word I can think of. The Imprimatura means the prime layer, and you've got to also do it like this. Imprimatura. right? It's an Italian word, right? Obviously, and it means like the first layer of paint, right? So it's the prime layer. Lots of different artists have different ideas about what this entails. Here's sort of my version of it. So one of the reasons, I mean, there's lots of reasons, as you could see here. Primarily, artists in the past use this as a time-saving tool, right? Let's say you're painting a painting that's got a lot of blue in it. You may want to just cover the canvas with blue so that you don't have to paint so much paint later on. You've already got it kind of semi-started like that. Having said that, artists might use, let's say, let's say there was a blue sky. Instead of painting blue in the sky, they might start with a yellow or a green or a red and then paint blue over top of it, which sounds like what a waste of time. But what happens is that other color is going to kind of sneak through or influence the color on top and give such a richer, more nuanced quality. I often think about it as like, the Imprimatura is like the pizza sauce on a pizza that might be underneath the cheese, right? So when you open up that pizza box, you might not even see the pizza sauce, but when you bite into it, you certainly taste it. Or if it wasn't there, you'd be like, this is so dry, right? Or flavorless, unless the cheese was really good. Or maybe there's pesto, right? But same sort of thing with the Imprimatura. You might not, when you first look at a painting, even see the Imprimatura, but it's there, and it's in your eyes, your brain is perceiving it, whether you're aware of it or not. It's influencing it. And so that's one thing I love. It also makes beginner paintings just look way more complex than they might otherwise be. And if you're a beginner painter, you probably want that. Anything you can to grab onto to make your paintings better. So for instance, here's two unfinished paintings. The one here on the top, this is an unfinished Leonardo da Vinci painting. And you can see that he stained this whole painting with this kind of yellowy brown color. And then, depending on the way you think about it, this is either this darker brown is either part 2 of the Imprimatura or part of the, what some might call the underpainting process, or part of the background. I mean, you can see that different artists have different names for all the, use the same name but have different meanings that they attribute to it. On the other side of things, here's a unfinished Michelangelo piece. And Michelangelo and Leonardo lived at the same time. Michelangelo was younger than Leonardo, but at one point they were working in the same room, across the room from one another, on these giant murals, and yet they had very, very different ideas about how to make a painting. And I think that's really important for you to understand, is there's not one way to make a painting. There's infinite ways to make a painting. And you don't have to listen to anything I say, although I would like for you to listen to a little bit of it, I guess. But it just goes to show you that that every artist disagree more fiercely than anybody else about how to make a painting. Right? If you read something in the news, my mom used to always go through the newspaper and send me clippings and say, like, why is this art? Somebody did something, or they were, I don't know, drank a whole bunch of beer and paint and then vomited up onto a canvas. Why is that art? And I'd say, I don't know. But, you know, I'm kind of glad somebody did it so that I don't have to. I can just, like, okay, throwing up on a painting, don't have to do that. Somebody else is taking care of that for me. All right, so anyway, let's get this painting started here. So now typically what I like to do is I like to just begin every painting with this warm yellow. Now, I would say few artists actually use this warm yellow in the way that I'm about to do it, but I guess you could say it's kind of part of it's like a trademark for me a little bit. But it's also, I just really like this warm yellow. It just gives everything this beautiful glow and like a sunset kind of quality. But if you wanted to do this and you wanted to use green or blue or orange or brown or pink, you could do that too. One reason I like using just the warm yellow is it's just literally the yellow right out of the tube. I don't have to do any thinking whatsoever, and within seconds I'm painting onto this canvas. And I find that super satisfying, that I'm just like, boom, okay, painting has started. We're no longer kind of humming and hawing about what to do, because we're doing it. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I procrastinate for a long time trying to kind of plan things out perfectly in advance, and then nothing gets done, right? Well, here's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, I don't even have to plan. I don't even have to think about it. It's getting done. We're doing it. We're getting her done. Get her done. That's some stand-up comedian, isn't it? Get her done. Just saying that has put a frog in my throat there. I almost started to cough. Speaking of which, I want to do an episode tomorrow, but I'm just crossing my fingers, hoping my daughter feels okay. She's once again got another cough. Those of you who have children or who've had children, I've been on this roller coaster before, where it's like, child homesick from school for a week. Okay, now they're all good, back to school, and then 2 days later, they've got another cough. I'm like, oh my goodness. So, fingers crossed. If I'm here at the same time tomorrow, you're like, oh, good, your daughter must be doing well. If I'm not, then you're probably like, oh, they're probably curled up on the couch watching cartoons, which is not a bad thing. I love watching cartoons. My daughter's really into the Despicable Me and Minions movies lately, which are great. I've seen each one probably about 20 times. And yeah, they're so it is one of those things where it's like, when you look at the list of them, I'm like, which one? I feel like there's definitely some that I've seen like 50 times, and there's a few that I've seen once. And if somehow I keep putting on the movie I've seen 50 times, and then every once in a while I put it on, I'm like, I don't think I've seen this one. How is that? And then 10 minutes and you're like, oh yes, I've seen this one. Yeah, maybe 15 times. Okay. Okay, I'm soaking up this paint because I'm thinking I might be doing something else in this cup here. I'm not trying to make it perfectly clean. I'm just kind of cleaning majority of the excess paint out of here. And, yeah. Sorry, my eyes. No, I want this. There's... I thought I just zoomed in on it. There's Fardin Ahmed says, I love your mustache. Christine says it helps with the Imprimatura. I love it. That's so funny. Fardin says, are you guys painting alongside? I just enjoy watching him talk and brush. Oh, you're so sweet, my friend. Thank you so much for being so generous. And there's Joss says, hello from Holland. Hello, my friend. Oh, awesome. That just blows my... The fact that there's people watching from all over the world right now is just it breaks my brain. I can't believe that. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. If I can find my hair dryer. If I can find my hair dryer, let's blow dry this popsicle stand. And so maybe I should have mentioned it before. So there was a little something, I think a little piece of paper or something that fell onto the surface here. I just, instead of trying to pick it off, I blow dried it, and then once I blow dried it, it just fell right off, right? So that's saved me. If you try to pick it off while the paint is wet, it's going to usually create some sort of texture there. I'm also right now just taking the canvas and wiping it along here on my hand to get any excess paint that might have kind of dribbled off the sides. So you can see some of that paint came off there, right? I could see here blow drying for another 20 minutes to try to get all that, but this is going to cause that to dry much faster. Okay, so just before I move on here, Christine says, painting along doesn't usually work for me. Plus, if I'm painting, I can't talk and overshare in the chat. Oh, I don't think you're oversharing, Christina. That's funny, though. I love it. Okay, so I just want to take a look at this original painting by this great master, and let's even just put them side by side up. Because I just want to see, because I'm sure some people are like, whoa, okay, please tell me where that yellow is. I do not see any yellow here whatsoever. That's crazy. So yes, I totally get it. It's because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to apply a different color here. I'm going to apply kind of a slightly off white here, a kind of a cream color over top of my yellow. Which I know, if you're a beginner painter, everything I'm doing right now just seems ludicrous, like a big waste of time. But you could certainly skip everything I'm doing right now, and maybe just especially if you're just watching, just be like, oh, that's interesting. Why is he doing that? Because again, like for me, putting that yellow on is sort of like me putting on my uniform to go to work. It's kind of like, you know, my brain is not quite there. I'm still waking up, haven't had my coffee or tea or breakfast, and you know, my brain isn't fully active. So it's like I can just start putting paint down, get the painting started. My brain can start transitioning into a more creative space without having to do any thinking whatsoever. And then once I've got paint here on the canvas, now I can start kind of mixing and stuff. Okay. So I just put all of my colors on my palette there. And I'm going to mix a little brown color. So I'm just going to take my warm yellow, a little bit of my warm red to make an orange. I'm going to take a little bit of my warm blue and mix this in here. And so now I've got a brown. I'm going to take this brown, I'm going to put it right there. And yeah, let's just scoop up all of this here. So I've got this cream color. That's why I wasn't super worried about getting rid of all that yellow, because I'm just going to paint in here. I mean, if I wanted to paint with pure white, I certainly would clean that much better. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to put some matte medium in the paint. That's going to make this color more transparent. Again, you don't have to do any of this stuff, but it's just part of my own personal routine. You've also got to try to splatter paint on your clothes at this stage. That's very, very important. I always stress that in every episode. Minimum 2 splashes of paint on your clothes. Okay. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be enough paint. Okay, so I'm going to double my mixture here. Oh, it's a lot of matte medium. So I've basically put, I would say, 50% matte medium in there, which is pretty transparent. My hope is it's not going to be too transparent. White, however, titanium white is very opaque, meaning it's very non-transparent. So that does mean that if it's not such a, I'd rather in fact it to be a little bit more transparent than too opaque, because if I paint this on top of here and it's too opaque, then I would lose all of my pencil lines and I wouldn't be able to see with my painting, which is not a bad thing or disaster. I'd still be able to make this painting without it, but and I'd have to redraw my outline on there, but now, the one thing I find with matte medium is when you mix it into the paint, it causes the paint to dry much more quickly than it otherwise would. So when you put matte medium on there, just know that you kind of gotta be on your horse. You gotta be working quick. You're not diddle-daddling around. Like, you get that paint on and then you start brushing it around. Otherwise, it's gonna start, I mean, it is drying, and it's going to start kind of smudging when you paint. And that can be super frustrating. And I'm painting here in Vancouver, Canada, where it's a little bit humid, so it tends to go a little bit slower drying time than it might in other places where it's warmer and less humid. Like right now, it's snowing outside here in Vancouver. Which is funny because just the other day I was saying, oh, it's so sad. This year we haven't had any snow, and I love taking my daughter sledding down the hills. Well, somebody was listening to me and is like, oh, you want some snow? Well, here it comes. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I was, yeah, so thanks, that's great. Yes, thanks for the snow, and yeah, it's going to be slippery and cold and wet, and so we just need one day, who's ever listening there, one day of snow, and then we can go back to nice t-shirt weather again. I'm sure there's some people watching in other parts of the world and other parts of Canada who are like, it hasn't snowed once yet this year. I'm moving to Vancouver. Okay. We're just going to give this a little blow dry to speed up the drying time. Right now, if you're looking at that, you're like, oh, the pencil lines have disappeared. They are there. I can see them, but they're very faint. When I blow dry this, though, I think you're going to see those lines a little bit more clearly. And so let's do that. Okay, again, probably on camera, this looks like a big white square again. It looks kind of like what a canvas looked like fresh out of the plastic, although hopefully now you see that the color is a little bit different, that this being a bit more of a cream color versus just our plain white. So I can totally understand why some people might just skip right to this step, or just pick up right here and just paint the painting directly onto a white surface. And if you do that, there's no judgment on my part. It won't bother me. I won't be upset with you, and I won't think anything lesser of your painting. This is just something that I like to do for my own artwork. So again, also people are like, why even bother painting that yellow? Couldn't we have just painted this cream color on white? And yeah, absolutely, you could have. I mean, I will say, looking at mine, I see some of this yellow kind of bubbling underneath here. It's super subtle. To me, that just makes the painting look more interesting, more complex. It's sort of like, I like using food analogies. It's like one of those things where you bite into something and you're like, oh, what is that flavor? What did you put in these mashed potatoes? What? I've never tasted mashed potatoes like that. And then, I don't know, the person's like, I put one little scoop of chocolate powder in there. Like, chocolate powder? Okay, never thought about doing that. I mean, I'm not saying you should go rush out and put chocolate in your mashed potatoes, but who knows? It could make for... That's one of those things. This is like my little bit of chocolate that's mixed in there that people are like, what is that? Truffle oil. Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness, look at all the comments. Stephanie says, I remember the first time I tried to paint along with Michael, it was his Elvis Presley painting. I did not know what the heck I was doing, and I had to pause the session just to mix a color. I was exasperated. That's so funny. Stephanie says, I kept trying, though. Persistence pays, especially when you have a good teacher. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Christina says, yes, Steph. And then I'm rushing and being sloppy, only to go back and start over halfway through the class anyway. And Ferdinand says, what? I just leave my messes up painting as it is. My messed up paintings as it is. Yeah, brave soul, Christina says. You're right. Christina says, I love this painting. It's got an Art Deco feel. Absolutely, and that's right in the Art Deco period, for sure. Yeah, Ferdinand says, yes, that painting's from that era. You're right, my friend. And Risk Happens says, hi. Nice to see you there in the chat. Yes, we'll talk. Let's go right to that, because that's what I want to do next. To talk a little bit about Schjerfbeck and this painting and the times in which they were created, or this painting was created, especially. Oh, how's this? Let's clean this off, sorry. I always like having nice clean brushes, so that whenever I want to use a brush, it's there, ready to go. Kind of, I think of it like, a doctor's office, like scalpel, blending brush, like ready to go. Okay, my friends, let's take a little bit of a break and let's talk a little bit about Helene Schjerfbeck's biography, and then about today's painting in particular. So, I have talked extensively over the past 3 episodes about Schjerfbeck's life and biography, so I don't want to kind of retread the same water over and over again, but I do want to just kind of give a quick summary, and then we're going to focus mostly on the last couple of decades of her life. So Helene Schjerfbeck is born in 1862 in Helsinki, Finland, and then passes away at age 83 in 1946 in Sweden. So we've talked about her youth in several episodes. Long story short, she was a child prodigy, basically. She was, by the age of 11, she started art school. I mean, that would be unprecedented for today. I teach at an art university here in Vancouver, and there's been a couple times where I've had a 16-year-old student in class, which is usually a couple of years before most other students start the class. But for there to be an 11-year-old in one of my classes, that would be super unusual. So for an 11-year-old girl to go to art school 150 years ago was just, I mean, 1 in a billion. That never really happened, because women were rarely let into art school to begin with. So for there to be an 11-year-old girl in an art school is just, unprecedented. So it just gives you an idea of how far ahead, how talented and unique this incredible artist was. So I've talked about her work, let's just really quickly. This is a painting she made in 1880. So what, she's like 16 years old when she makes this painting, I think. Yes. Let me just double check those dates here. 62. So she's 17, 18 when she makes that painting. There's other ones she made when she's like 14, 15 in this same sort of style that are just anyway, I made the comparison to her and Pablo Picasso, who was also kind of a childhood prodigy, and just marveling at how talented they were at such a young age. This being kind of maybe her first great masterpiece. This is considered to be Finland's greatest painting, apparently, in a vote that in Finland a few years ago. We talked extensively about that painting. As her career went on, you'll see her work starts becoming more and more abstract. So she became super well known across Europe, because by at age 16, I think 16, 17, she moves to Paris, goes to art school in Paris, and has gotten scholarships and is flying all around Paris, going back and forth in Helsinki and Paris, and then goes to southern England and northern France, and is, you know, making quite the name for herself. 1890, I think, is when she returns to Finland. This is one of the paintings she makes when she comes back to Finland in 1891. This painting was made. And she started teaching at the very same school she had graduated from years before, which is kind of coming full circle. But she found over the next decade that she had very little time to make her own artwork. And so here's her mother. Her and her mom moved to a very small town outside of Helsinki, so she can take care of her mother. The government was giving her mother kind of like a monthly allowance, and a caretaker would also be given an allowance. So she goes to the small town and has the freedom, because of this funding, to just paint whatever she wants. And she made portraits of the kids and other people in the village, and she's super productive at this period of her life. That's during the time when she made this painting that we looked at before, that we did. And then a few years later, she made this particular painting. She fell in love and was broken up with twice, which caused quite a lot of depression. This is the fellow who was about half her age, because by this time now she's in her early 50s. She fell in love with this guy who was in her mid-20s, who ultimately wrote her biography, was a huge champion of her work, but he ended up marrying a woman his own age, which deeply affected Schjerfbeck. There's another portrait of him. And so here we're getting towards the last couple decades of her life. You can see this is a painting she made in 1943. She passes away in 1946. So today's painting is, 10 years before she dies. So she's in her 70s when she makes today's painting. But I do want to highlight these last paintings she made. 1939 to 1946. She does a series of self-portraits. Now you probably notice already she's deeply interested in the self-portrait as a genre. She was interested in portraiture, but is also very famous for her self-portraits. Alongside, other artists who are famous for making self-portraits would be Picasso, Rembrandt, Frida Kahlo. It's a great way to practice painting, because you've always got somebody there that you can paint yourself, right? But these paintings, as she gets older, I think are some of the most beautiful and yet haunting, psychologically intense. Like they radiate intensity, I feel, because she's looking death right in the eye. She knows that her time is coming to an end, and she is just, with unflinching courage, examining herself, describing the feeling of getting older, and in a way that I think is absolutely profoundly beautiful. I think it's a gift to humanity. The courage to make paintings like this. Often people, as they get older, they become more and more self-conscious about their appearance, and their maybe frailties and foibles and all that kind of stuff. And they do everything possible to avoid thinking and confronting those things. Helene Schjerfbeck was like a fireman or firewoman. What is the gender neutral version of fireman? Anyway, she's like a fireman running into a burning building. The courage to do this kind of stuff when most people avoid it like the plague is absolutely remarkable. And I find these paintings, like, I find them deeply disturbing, but I think in the best way imaginable. That I just find them super inspiring. That instead of giving up or just painting other things and to try to kind of blind herself, she's like, again, I see her sort of like an astronaut on a one-way mission out into space, and she's recording what she's seeing, and it's not particularly pleasant. I think anybody who's getting older and looking back on life is like, oh man, I really took all that youth for granted. Oh my goodness. I want to just show more of these images that she made towards the end here, because I just think of them as just so beautiful and so raw. I mean, when I look at these two, I mean, I can see a progression. In fact, there's an image here. This shows the progression of her work from this. I think this is one of the paintings she made when I think she's about 15 years old or so when she made this painting. Right, here's a painting she made when she's about 40 years old. Here's when she's about 50. And then these ones here, I think this is not quite at this stage, so this is done probably around when today's painting, in the mid-30s, so she's like in her 70s. And then these last here on the bottom are all made in the, I think this is 39, is that 39 or 29? But essentially all within the last decade or so, dozen years of her life. And it's just interesting to see this progression to the point where the last, you really feel like she is dissolving. She's losing her features are becoming ambiguous. I also feel like they really remind me of Nosferatu, which is basically kind of a ripoff of Dracula, right? But it's this kind of ghoulish figure, which is, and I for her, it's in some way it's kind of sad that that's maybe kind of how she saw herself at this point in life, as kind of like as a ghoul or a vampire, but that's how she's feeling. That's when she looks in the mirror, she sees this person that is fading away. Her youth is disappearing. She doesn't maybe even recognize that person in the mirror anymore, and how intense that experience is and must be. Like this image becomes so abstract and bizarre and I mean, it hardly even looks like a person anymore. And so that's the other thing is that as she's getting older, she's depicting her aging with ruthless honesty, and yet it also shows that she is still progressing. Like she's still on this modernist mission to simplify, remove every essential, like every detail, to get at the pure form that exists underneath the world of appearances, the world of illusion, right? This goes all the way back to Plato, and talking about how we live in the cave and we're all kind of blind. All we see is the world of shadows, and the a true intellectual is somebody who climbs out of that cave and sees the three-dimensional world. And I feel like that's what she's doing. She's climbed out of that cave. She's stripped away all of that world of illusion and getting at the rawness of life itself, looking death in the eyes. So, I don't know. I find, when I was, each time I've been kind of looking at her work and doing research on Schjerfbeck, I look at these paintings and there's almost like my heart starts to beat a little faster, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like I don't know if I can even really look at these paintings for very long, because they start bringing up feelings and thoughts that I don't even want to think about. I don't want to think about my own mortality and stuff. Like, so for me to look at these paintings and feel like, oh, I don't know, I don't want to think about this. Just imagine her making these paintings, how intense that feeling is. And so I don't want to spend too much more time on it, because it might make some people watching feel that level of intensity. But I think it's just worth recognizing the genius of these works and her mission to describe the world as honestly as possible. And I think it's, again, just I mentioned in the previous episode, I think of Schjerfbeck as maybe the perfect example of the story of modern art. Her career, her trajectory as an artist, going from being one of, if not one of the greatest realist painters in human history at a really young age, right? At 12, 13, 14 years old, she can paint better than I can, than pretty much every other artist alive or who's ever lived. And yet, as she progresses and gets older in her career, she starts kind of simplifying, moving away from, quote, realist art to this more, a very personal type of abstraction. And so, because one of the things that people often say about kind of modern art is, oh, my kid could do that, right? Like, this is so easy, it's so simple. Like, I mean, obviously this is just an artist who can't paint, and that's why they make such silly, simple, ugly paintings. And here's Schjerfbeck, one of the greatest artists of all time, one of the greatest realist artists, naturalist artists of all time, who is going, simplifying and simplifying. You know, it's like a chef who, when they were younger, needed like a whole pantry's worth of different foods and flavors, and would make these sumptuous banquets. And then as her career progresses as a chef, at the very end, all she's making is a dish with just like carrots. She's like, that's all I'm going to cook for now on. For the last 10 years of my life, I'm just going to cook carrots, and I'm not going to use salt. I'm not going to use anything. I'm just going to get to the essence of this vegetable, and I'm going to make something with this carrot that is better than that whole banquet that I made when I was like 15. And people are like, are you crazy? What kind of weirdo just eats carrots now? And they take a bite of it and are like, oh my goodness, this is not only the best carrot I've ever had, this is like the best food I've ever had. This is better than that whole, stuffed turkey and mashed potato. Like, whoa. Like, I'm constantly blown away by her work. Obviously, anyone watching in Finland is like, yeah, oh my goodness, it's like Schjerfbeck, blah blah blah. She's like the greatest artist of all time. Well, not everybody around the world knows who this artist is. People are finding out. There's a great exhibition in New York at the Metropolitan Museum right now that is really bringing her artwork to North America and other Western audiences. I mean, one of the sad ironies is that in the late 1930s, shortly after she painted today's painting, she had gotten into discussion about having a massive exhibition in New York that was going to travel around the country. And so in 1939, there was going to be this big show. What ends up happening in Europe? World War II breaks out. That exhibition is postponed, and she's living in Finland at the time. Finland is invaded by Russia, so all of Europe's in chaos. So she's evacuated from Helsinki, ultimately convinced to move to Sweden, which I think was neutral at the time, and that's ultimately where she passes away shortly after the end of World War II. So that big exhibition that would have showcased her work across the ocean was canceled, and that kind of really slowed down the dissemination of her work. Had that exhibition happened, I think we would be talking about Schjerfbeck in the same sentence along with Frida Kahlo and George O'Keeffe as great modern artists from North America, or not from North America, but just in that same voice, and not even just in terms of just female artists. Another, like, here's a great female artist, but just in terms of great artists in general. 10 years after she passes away, there's a massive exhibition at the Venice Biennale, which the Venice Biennale is an art show that takes place every 2 years in Venice, Italy. It's considered to be sort of like the Olympics of visual art. If you ever have a chance, if you want to go visit Venice, well, it depends. Going to Venice during the Venice Biennale, if there's one for art and architecture, it's amazing. It's like walking around Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Charlie, who Willy Wonka's factory. It's like going, because every country has a little pavilion, a little building, and you go in and you see what Canada, who they sent to represent Canada this year, who the United States, who Russia and Japan send all of their best artists, and you get to see what the best artists are creating. So Finland submitted her work for 1958. Unfortunately, again, she had passed away 12 years before, but it just showed her emerging onto the world stage. A little too late, but anyway. This is a painting I think I want to do at some point too. I definitely want to do more paintings focusing on her. This is another painting I love so much. What an incredible artist. Where did I had her? So anybody from Finland, as probably in the same way that anybody here in Canada, particularly Western Canada, is probably sick and tired of hearing about Emily Carr, or anybody living down in Santa Fe, New Mexico, is sick and tired of hearing about George O'Keeffe, or anybody in Mexico City is tired about hearing about Frida Kahlo and how great she is. Well, there's a reason why we talk about some of these artists, and so I'm really on a mission to help people appreciate her in a way that it's coming around. I think if you could find one of her paintings for sale, it's a great investment. If I had $1 million kicking around. Okay, let's oh my goodness, look at all these comments in the chat. Okay, let me go back here. Stephanie says, challenge to keep up with Michael like Paula, my inspiration. Yes, Paula is I can't believe she's probably already done today's painting already. It's probably on the Facebook group already. Where was I looking? Stephanie says, I guarantee you I will go back and do it again, but like to challenge myself, it puts me in my place. Says I have to go play with Zelda with my 1-year-old German Shepherd. If I don't, I will have no peace. I'll be back soon. We'll see you in a little bit, Stephanie. Farden's still there with me. Awesome. Thank you, Farden. Banglagan Short says, thank you so much for... Thank you so much. I fall for painting watching your classes. Oh, cool. I like that. I fall for painting. Oh, I love it. That's a neat way of saying it. That's very cool. Christy says, I love how she started using her whole signature, eventually just ended with her initials. Yeah, even that. Isn't that cool, too? She's just like, life is short. There's no time to write my whole name. I'm running out of time here. HS, that's good enough. That's so funny. Christine says, she wasn't afraid to be vulnerable. It comes through. I think a lot of women start to feel like they're fading. Absolutely. I wonder how her mental state was by the end. Farden says, she embraced her defects and expressed how she truly felt. Absolutely. Christine says, I love the dancing shoes. I can't remember which one that one was, but... okay. So... And maybe just quickly before I move on, I just want to talk specifically about today's painting, why I chose this painting. It's certainly not one of her most well-known paintings, and it's certainly not one of, arguably there's other paintings from this point in her career that we could have done, including some of the ones we just looked at, her late self-portraits. So, actually maybe so today's painting... Again, so there's the artwork itself, and here's a little bit of information about it. So this painting, Girl in Beret from 1935, is 18, almost 19 inches by 13 inches. So this is a 9 by 12 size painting. So it's roughly twice the size. Or, well, I guess, was that twice the size? I almost was not able to graduate high school and attend art school because of my terrible ability with math. So, so if a painting is that okay, so it's you need two of these stacked there. So, is that twice the size or is that 4 times the size? I don't know, but it's bigger. It's a bigger painting, right? So that means that there's a lot more space on there to work if you're making on a larger canvas. So let's just take a look here. See, does it say how much this painting sold for at auction? It doesn't tell us. I have to spend more money to find that information out. Let's see. So, it's interesting. I think as Farden mentioned, Art Deco. Oops. It's worth kind of just bringing that up and looking at the style of Deco. I think when we think of Art Deco, we often think primarily about architecture, because some of the most beautiful buildings I think that were ever made were created during this time. Here's the famous Chrysler Building in New York City. You see a lot of film noir movies are because film noir is happening in the kind of 20s, 30s through 50s, kind of the heyday of Art Deco. It's often has both kind of geometric, sharp edges, and then lots of curves. It's like this juxtaposition between kind of the geometric and the organic. It follows, decades of Art Nouveau, which was very wild, organic, and so it's a little bit of kind of bit more structure that returns in there. One of the great buildings here in Vancouver is Vancouver's City Hall, which is a beautiful Art Deco building built in the early 1930s, I think 32 or something. And it's used all the time in film. It's been, if you watched any movie over the past 20 years, you've probably seen lots of Vancouver architecture, but particularly City Hall in there because of its design. Oh, this is interesting. It's kind of showing some of the influences of Art Deco. Oh, Maya structures. That's true too. A lot of that shows up. Okay. I love seeing how art from the past has influenced the art of today, and will always continue to do that. You can see how Cubism, which is precedes Art Deco a little bit, there's a little bit of that, these geometric, that's beautiful. That's cool. The Cubist tea kettle. Oh, I love this architect. Antonio Sant'Elia, one of the great futurist architects. I don't think he ever built anything. I think he died before any of these buildings were built, but he did a lot of beautiful buildings that look a lot like stuff you see in the movie Blade Runner. Anyway, let's look up Art Deco fashion. So one of the things Schjerfbeck was doing really throughout her life, she was really interested in fashion. She was known to read fashion magazines. She spent a lot of her life, after she moved with her mother outside from Helsinki to a little village north of Helsinki, she was a little bit disconnected from what was going on elsewhere in the world. So one way that she maintained that connection was in magazines. So in many ways she was very, very she was on top of what was going on in the world of fashion, in a way that maybe some other people living in Paris or Helsinki or New York might not have been, because they might have seen things on the street but weren't kind of absorbing, maybe as aware of it. When you're away from something and you're reading about it, you start to become more aware of what you're missing. Right, these kinds of hats. She did lots of paintings where women were wearing these types of hats. What do they call those kind of hats? There's a name for it. I'm sure somebody watching right now is frantically typing it in there. But so today's painting definitely looks like it's of its time. Sometimes people make artwork with the idea of it being timeless, right? Of you looking at it and being like, I don't know when this thing was made. It could have been made 500 years ago or today. We could hang it right next to the Mona Lisa and people are like, that's cool. When was this made? And then there's other people who are more interested in having a conversation about what's going on right now, and they want their artwork to be located in a very specific time and place. And today's painting kind of feels like that. It feels like she's not trying to make a painting. She wants to drop a marker in the hammer a stake in the ground. This is where this is a product of its time. This is not a painting that could have been made in 1880 or in 1970. This is a painting that was made in 1935. And again, I think it goes to this idea of her, getting a little bit older, feeling like time is slipping by, and kind of maybe grasping at a few things as like, I need some anchoring, as rightly was mentioned here, like her late self-portraits feel like she's evaporating, she's fading away. Oh, thank you, Farden, for correcting me. Christina mentioned Art Deco. Thank you, Christina. Christina, I laugh myself whenever I try to make a size estimate because, in truth, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Farden says, I survive math as long as I have a calculator with me. I agree. She says, I know her style wasn't Art Deco, but I guess that just the girl she's painting has that era style. Yes. Today's painting makes me think of vintage magazine covers, which I love. And that wouldn't surprise me. So there's a discussion, too, of who is the woman in this picture. So when we look at the original here, it's possible that this was a local girl. So at this time in her life, she's living on a coastal town on the south of Finland. After her mother passed away in 1923, she lived a few more years there in that small town, and then moved down to the coast, which was also kind of another small, isolated town, but probably, just a totally different kind of landscape, being from living on the interior in a little village, now living on the coast and seeing the waves and the activity along the beaches. So it's possible that she hired a young model or just a local person to sit for her in this painting. Maybe a young woman who was really interested in fashion. It's also possible, kind of like what you're saying there, Christina, that she just took one of her fashion magazines, like, oh, that's a cool picture. Maybe it's on the cover, or, oh, I like this advertisement. Maybe it's an advertisement for perfume or cigarettes. And she's like, I'm going to make a painting based on this. So we'll probably never know. At this time, I don't think she's keeping very good records. And no one has come forward to claim that they were the model for this painting. But I just think, yeah. And she's not alone. There's lots of artists, particularly a lot of artists today, who use a lot of inspiration from contemporary fashion and not just magazines, but stuff they find on the internet, etc. Okay. Oh, it's called the flapper hat is a cloche. Is that what it's called? Cloche? I've always wondered. Interesting. I mean, even the what she's wearing on her head here. I mean, I guess she calls it a beret, but it almost sort of looks a little bit like a sailor's hat. I'm sure there's probably lots of different kinds of berets, and I was like, well, let's go look at. And I'm like, you know what? We should probably start painting. So maybe that's what we should do here instead of investigating these things and delaying. Let's get into the painting here. Let's take a sip of tea. So often what I like to do at this stage is do something called an underpainting. Now, if you were to ask 50 different artists what an underpainting is, you're going to get 50 different responses, because this is one of those terms, along with Imprimatura, that everyone's kind of got a different idea about, and different teachers told them different things. And I'm not going to dispute those things. What I think about is, I've broken things down into these little categories just to make it easier to kind of have different chapters. Some people will talk about an underpainting as kind of filling in the big shapes. Some people will do an underpainting without an underdrawing and will just directly start painting on a blank canvas with their paintbrush and incorporate that as kind of a bit of an Imprimatura. I think of it as a little bit more of just painting some lines in places that I might be afraid could disappear later on as I'm painting. So for instance, in this painting with her eyes and nose and lips, I'm going to put color there, but I might be afraid that I might lose some of the details of the face. So I'm going to mix a color that we can put there on where her eyes and nostrils and stuff are, so we don't lose those details. So maybe the first thing I want to do is find out, like, what color could that be? The easy thing would just be, oh, it's a black. Let's just put black there. But, you know, I do see kind of a little bit of green here. I mean, this seems like a really, really dark navy. You know, like a brand new pair of jeans. That's the color that I personally see here. So I think I'm going to mix this kind of dark denim color that I'm going to use for her, these outlines. So maybe it's worth, I think it's worth just mixing a black right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red, and if I mix equal amounts of all three of those colors, I'm quite likely to get a black. So I'm just scooping all my yellow here, hoping that I've got roughly the right ratios. You notice I'm not using any kind of measuring tools to do this. We don't have to get a perfect black. I think getting close is good enough. One thing I want to just make sure, though, is I incorporate that paint well together. Again, if you're trying to do this at home and you find that this color looks gray, that probably means the paint you're using has well, probably has white in it, but it probably has a lot of white. And I bet you it's a tube of Peebo that's giving you that difficulty. Okay. Now I'm probably going to use this brush in 15 minutes to paint the background, but rather than just having it sit here on the table, slowly drawing, getting kind of stiff and scratchy, I'm just going to clean it, and then I can use it, or a different brush if I change my mind. Now I've got that option. Probably should have used a different brush to dry it than the brush I just used to clean it. I was like, I'm just noticing that brush is starting to get, it's kind of black again. What did I do? Oh yeah, I just put it back in the same cloth. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna mix a little bit, slightly off black here. So let's say I take my black color and I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to take a bunch of my blue. So what I love about this is now, instead of just being black, I've got a kind of a nice, I've got something that's got a little more energy and vibrancy to it. Ooh, that's nice color. I see it in that light. Okay. Why is this? Hard to tell if it's in focus because it's so hard to see any of these details. Am I getting sick? Oh my goodness. What's the point of getting a flu shot when I feel like I'm sick regardless? Okay. What are the most important details? Let's get her eyebrows. So when you do this, you can be kind of sloppy. I also think this is a great way of just practicing some brush work, especially if you're new to painting and the idea of using small brushes is a little bit anxiety inducing. Well, this is an opportunity to maybe practice painting these lines. You get a bit of an opportunity to try it once and then to do a more refined version later on, because that's, after all, what we'll do is we'll do a version. We're going to kind of retrace some of these lines, which again is one of those things, if you're new to painting, it's like, why feels like so much busy work doing this and then doing it again, and like, oh my goodness, can't we just do it all at once? And truth is, yes, absolutely, you can. And if I was painting this painting by myself, that's probably what I would do, because I've been painting for 40 years and I feel pretty confident with my abilities, and I could do that for sure. Schjerfbeck could do that for sure. But if you're just getting started, doing that might feel like, whoa, that's too tough. Okay. Angel says, hey, Michael and everyone, it's a beautiful, warm spring day here in Pennsylvania. That sounds beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Well, as I said earlier, it's snowing here in Vancouver. For the first time this season, well, there was one day where it snowed for about 10 minutes. There was enough to have my daughter to get a few little footprints in the grass, and then a couple hours later it was all gone. So, but I was thinking, and I saw the snow, so I'm like, oh, this is so great. I'm going to be able to take my daughter to school and home. I have this little kind of sled we use to go sledding. I'm like, because last year we did that, and it was so fun taking her to school on a sled. I felt like I was living in, like, Anchorage, Alaska, or Nunavut or something. Definitely unusual for Vancouver, and I was lamenting, oh, it's so sad we haven't had snow, and then be careful what you wish for, because it probably will mean, like, the snow apocalypse is upon us. Oh, awesome. Farden says, this is the first time I've learned so much about someone's life. Biography and painting class. I didn't expect. I loved it, though. That is so cool. I love that you got something out of my long-winded description of Schjerfbeck's life and biography. That's so cool. I mean, I definitely find that the more I learn about an artist's life, the more it makes making these paintings more interesting. Because I feel kind of more of a kinship. Like, I mean, I love Schjerfbeck's art on its own. Like, I mean, I think she's definitely one of the greatest artists of all time. But learning about her work makes me just be like, oh my goodness. This is not only one of the greatest female artists from Finland of all time, but like one of the greatest artists, human beings that I've had a pleasure to spend some time. Like, by doing this, I get to spend some time with her, right? I can have a little bit of a conversation. I feel empathy and understanding. And don't we need more empathy and understanding in this world? I think if we all had a little bit of an idea of what each of us has experienced and gone through, and the challenges and successes we've all had, that more empathy would lead to a much more peaceful world, right? Angel says, watching on my TV, yes, it's very warm today. We've had 2 big storms this winter, though. Okay. Well, I'm glad that it's you know, sometimes you need that bad weather to know what good weather feels like. For instance, I lived in Los Angeles for 12 years. And, I mean, Los Angeles is great city. The weather is kind of amazing all the time, right? The old joke is it's 72 degrees. You don't even have to look at the temperature. It's always 72, which is like, what, 25 or something Celsius. The one thing is I started to kind of miss the seasons. Because growing up in Canada, you know, there was summer, and then there was fall, and there was winter, and then when spring came, everyone was so excited. And so I kind of, in Los Angeles, it almost seemed like time just went, and there wasn't those seasonal markers for the passing of time. Because it would be like, you know, if you're living in a colder climate, you might say to yourself, okay, well, I've got to get in shape for summer because, like, oh my goodness, I put on so much weight over the winter. In Los Angeles, it's sort of like, it's always kind of summer, so it's, you might say to yourself, I'm going to get in shape, and then all of a sudden 5 years go by, like, oh my goodness, how did time go so quickly? Whereas when you experience those winters, you start to you feel the passing of time, the momentum happening. Angel says, yeah, I love the 4 seasons. Yes, as nice or as unpleasant as some of the seasons can be, it's nice to have change. Change is great, right? Okay. My goodness. Let's go to our next step. Okay, we're doing good with time as well. Remember, if you're watching this video after it's recorded, you can always skip the timestamps. You're like, oh my goodness, another story. Oh goodness. It's going to take 5 hours to, there's only going to be 30 minutes of actual painting on this painting. So speaking of painting, let's do just that. Let's talk about the background now. So I always break these episodes down to chapters, and I like to start in the background, work a little bit there, work to the middle ground, and then go to the foreground, and then go back to the background, work there, and then cycle through the painting a few times. I often think of it as like a Polaroid picture, right? A Polaroid, the whole thing develops at the same time. It's not like somebody's face comes into clear focus, and then another face, and then the background, and then the flower and the foreground. It's like everything is coming up simultaneously. And so to do that, I've got to work on the whole painting in cycles. So let's actually, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, because we've got a little bit of blank areas around the edges. Now, in, I think it was last week's episode, come on. So this is the previous painting we did, inspired by Schjerfbeck. And one of the things that she's known for in this particular period of time and in today's is applying paint and then scraping it off with a palette knife. Do I have a palette knife? Here's a palette knife. So here's a palette knife, right? So sometimes people mix the paint with a palette knife, and then so she might have applied it and then taken it and scraped that paint off. Which again is one of the things like, why would you do that? Why would you put paint on and then take it off? That's bizarre. Well, to get a particular look. Now she did that with oil paint. With acrylic paint dries so much faster that by the time you put the paint down, it's already, you paint here, by the time you get over here, this is already dry. So we can't really scrape that paint off, so instead I used an electric sander and some sandpaper just to sand this down and get a little bit of that same effect. I think for this painting, I'm going to try to keep it a little bit more simple. I don't think I'm going to use my sander today. I mean, I could get it. I'd put it away, because... but again, I'm thinking today's painting is for a beginner. That might seem like, oh my goodness, look how many weird things are we going to do in one painting. So I'm going to eliminate the sander for today. So, for this painting, though, in order to kind of get this quality where the paint is so thin, like, again, let's just zoom in here. It's hard to see because the image is low resolution, but you can see some of the texture of the canvas coming through, and you can see maybe the unexposed parts, or the exposed parts of canvas coming through, maybe most clearly down here. So it's so clean here. I think actually there's no paint there at any time, because if it was, it would probably be a little, like, so for instance, this looks like an area where there was paint and was scraped off, but this area looks like that there was never any paint there to begin with. It's just the raw canvas, or the canvas with a little bit of Imprimatura there. So to do this, what I want to do is I'm going to use a technique called dry brush. And dry brush is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's like painting with a dry brush. Now, there's lots of... So dry brushing is a technique that was invented in China probably 2,000 years ago. It wasn't something in the West people even knew about until like around the 1880s, when art from Japan and then China started to arrive in the West. And artists were like, what? You can paint with a dry brush? No, like, it was just like, it might as well have been something coming from another planet. Artists were just like, whoa, mind blown. What it never even occurred to us that that technique was possible. Dry brushes is a little bit tricky though, because you never quite know what you're gonna get until you do it. So I'll show you a few kind of different ways of doing dry brush. So one is we get a small amount of paint. That's the keys. We don't want, like you can see here on I've got big goops of paint I could slather all over this, but I don't want to do that. I want to have relatively little paint on the brush, and then I'm just sort of kind of, I don't know how you would describe this, just sort of lightly dusting the surface of this painting. And not only that, we can even take our rag and wipe off some of this paint as we go here. So this would be something closer to what she might have done, is applied paint and wiped it off quickly with a rag. Now, as my brush starts to get drier and drier, obviously less and less paint is coming off of it. I will say one word of caution though is when you do this with a brush, it's really hard on a brush. It can literally destroy a paintbrush because you're kind of, it's almost like you're sanding the painting with your brush, and brushes don't really like being used in this particular way. So you may want to use an older brush, you know, a brush that you've got that the hairs are all gone all a while and it's kind of lost its form. That's perfect for this type of approach or technique. So another way of doing a dry brush is to literally get paint on your brush, and then to take a rag, maybe I'll take one of these brushes that are rags here, is to take this rag and to literally wipe off that excess paint so that you've got now this dry brush. Now when you do dry brush, you might sometimes feel like, I don't know, I'm barely doing anything, barely anything's happening. And sometimes people get really impatient and they put more and more paint on the brush. And that'll work, but it's kind of contrary to the way that this process works. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow dry this, because while it might appear I'm dry brushing it, shouldn't the paint be dry? Yeah, but still a little bit wet. And my main concern is if I just start brushing more dry paint on here, because I'm kind of scrubbing, I'm afraid I might scrub not only the black off, but this kind of cream color off, and go right down to the Imprimatura, and maybe all the way down to my white canvas. So I don't want that to happen, so I'm just going to blow dry this and do another layer on top. So I don't need to spend too long blow drying it because it is probably pretty dry already. But that just helps kind of fix that paint to the surface. Let's get a little bit more paint on here, and let's just keep on kind of dusting this surface here. Maybe I'll bring up the original side by side here just so you see. So I'm kind of trying to get most of the paint off into these bigger areas, and then I come closer to the area right around her head here. Once I've done that, I can brush right on top of her body as well, because after all, I'm going to put color there, and so barely any paint is coming off of my brush. Now, I'm going to start actually applying a little bit more paint here, because I want these areas in the background to get a little bit darker. So I'm just going to load up a little bit more paint on here, just to kind of try to darken it even more. See how more paint just snuck off the paintbrush than I wanted or expected, and that can be kind of frustrating. But it's also, again, that's just part of the chance aspect to dry brushing. Some people can't stand it and want more control, and then there's other people who love this technique because it's all about giving up control, and they're like, this is kind of fun, like, oh, don't know what's gonna happen. And other people are like, that's too scary. I want a little bit more certainty when I'm painting. And I can understand if you're a beginner painter, the idea of giving up control is like, okay, well, I'll try that later on. I'm struggling just to kind of get, so I can understand if this feels a little bit too much, but it's also an opportunity just to play and explore a different technique that you might not normally have thought was even possible. Obviously, I could just slather this black in the background, be done with it in 30 seconds and move on. And if you wanted to do that, I certainly wouldn't blame you. Or if you're like, I don't want to ruin my good brushes, that's okay. That's why I don't, unless I've got a brush. I mean, I've got some brushes that are just like, have been painted down to the nib, down to the metal part, the ferrule, but I keep them around because, sometimes you never know if you're going to need it, and it's nice to have, like, you're like, I knew I was saving this ugly brush for something. Now I get to use it. But I think that might be the hoarder in me speaking. Other people like, just throw that trash out. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that again and do another layer. I think maybe at least one more of these, I think, would be good enough. Then I can always come back and do more. Another thing, this type of technique, there's an extreme level of matteness, of matte. So this is super non-reflective. I don't know what it is about dry brushing that does that, but this paint looks very, very matte. It's not glossy at all. At least at this stage. Maybe if I continue building up more layers, it'll get a little bit more like that. Now I think that might be good for right now. I can always do more on top, but I think, and probably will do more on top, but I think for right now that's good enough to be able to move on. And you know, it wouldn't surprise me if a few of you tried dry brushing and were just like, oh, I don't like it, so then they just went and just slathered paint in the background instead. And that's totally fine. But again, if you're, rather than just jumping right to slathering the paint there, you might want to just play with dry brushing a little bit. And then you can always be like, ah, I don't like it, I'm just going to cover it up with thicker black paint. And that could be cool too. Hi, there's Katie in the chat. And Husi Inky says, hi from Turkey. Turkey? How do you, I know, I'm sorry, I apologize. I know there's a modernized version of pronouncing your country's name, and I'm butchering it. Turkey? Turkey? Oh, I'm sorry. In fact, let's get this. It says the country is now officially pronounced Turkey. Turkey. Is that right? Turkey. Okay, hopefully I've got that right. And if I've got it wrong, please correct me. Zelda is a huge Michael fan. If she could paint, she would. However, she's missing opposable thumbs, sadly. Okay. I thought we should do a Legend of Zelda painting. That would be fun. I used to play that game when I was a kid obsessively. And that's my one fear about getting a video game console today, is becoming addicted to playing Zelda. It's one of those things like, oh, video games are just for kids. Wow, those lazy little punks. And then I'm thinking like, if I... they're addictive for a reason, right? I remember spending hours and my parents like, it's time for bed. Oh, I'm almost done this level. Oh, I forgot. And, sorry, Zelda is your dog. That's right. Okay, sorry. Zelda was also the wife of F. Scott Fitzgerald, right? Sheik Hazik says, hello Michael, I've started drawing since a week. I'm learning from your video playlist of live sessions. Awesome. That's so cool. I'm glad that you're finding those sessions helpful. That's great. Feel free to join our Facebook group and upload your progress to the group. I'd love to see what you've created. Okay, where are we here? So now we've got our background established, maybe not finished, but established. Let's go into the foreground and put some color there. And then we can always go back to the background and do more work there once we've got a little bit more of a clearer idea of how these colors are working. Okay. So the first question would be, okay, so the foreground in this painting would probably just be, you know, obviously her clothes, her skin, hair, and Beret. So where should we start? Which would be the first place? Well, you know, generally what I would... It's going to be tough because... Let's even zoom in here. What I'm trying to see is what color is on top of what color. So it definitely looks like her hair was painted after she painted her skin color, I think. Well, at least this batch of paint is, because you can see it overlapping the skin tone there. Here, though, it's not quite as clear. I mean, that white looks like that was one of the last things she painted. Hard to see with the beret. I kind of feel like she might have painted the skin color and then the beret over top to get a nice clean line like that. With her clothing, there is this overlap, but it's hard to tell what was first. Was it the clothes or her skin that's overlapping? Now, generally, what I would do would be to paint the skin first and then the clothes over top, because the skin is, you know, clothes are usually almost always on top of the skin, right? So usually we would want to put the clothes, but I think I might start with her clothes first, and that way I might have a better idea of what exactly the level of darkness or lightness of her skin comparative to this clothes. So I think that's where I'm going to go first here. So the next question would be, okay, what pink? She's got this pink shirt. So what color of pink should it be? Is it a cool pink or a warm pink? Now I have a pretty good idea of what color that is. But I think what I'm going to do is just do a little experiment, a little test, and then that way we can compare and make an informed choice rather than just guessing. Right? Nothing wrong with guessing, but it might be nice to be a bit more confident here. So for instance, let's start with, or actually, no, let's bring both of these up on the screen here. So I've got my cool red here and my warm red. So let's start with our cool red. And maybe let's even enlarge this here. And I'm going to take some of my white. And mix it into that cool red. So one thing, so I've taken my cool red is a magenta, right? So it's a pretty bright, saturated color. And when we mix that white into it, we get kind of like an electric neon kind of pink. What some people might actually call a hot pink, even though it's actually very cool. So we've got that. Let's do another test here with our warm red. In fact, let's do it. I'm just going to move it right here. Let's do it side by side. So we got our warm red here. Let's take some white and let's mix this together. So we can see the warm red and cool red side by side. So I don't know about you, but it certainly looks like this is a warmer red with white. And that doesn't surprise me because her clothes are in the foreground. So generally what you would use is your warm colors in the foreground and reserve the cool colors for the background. Now, I'm sure Schjerfbeck herself would have learned things like that in school, but it also doesn't stop artists. There's no law, art police who are going to come and drag someone away because they're using the quote wrong color. But it is just because certainly there are times where we have used so-called cool colors in the foreground and warm colors in the background. But generally, you want to use your warm colors in the foreground. All right, so I'm just going to mix that color up. Let's clean off these brushes. Which maybe I might need that one here in a second. So I had a pretty good idea this is going to be a warm pink, but I want you to know that there's nothing wrong with doing a little experiment, testing things out before you start painting. Yeah, I wasted a little bit of paint. Well, maybe, but it's better than wasting the whole painting, right? Okay, so let's, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to dry brush this pink on here. So I'm going to take my pink, and I'm not trying to get too much paint on the brush. I mean, as I look at hers, I almost feel I could have put a tiny bit of yellow in there to make it slightly peachy. Right, there's a slight peachy quality to her color. I think I'm happy with the way it looks as it is, but just something to kind of think about. Now I'm going to use a smaller brush, the same brush I just mixed that color up with. Just going to paint. I don't know, that might be good enough. Like, I could do another layer, but there's a lot of transparency, at least in her painting. So I might just leave that like that for right now. Okay, so now let's mix her skin tone there. Christine says that Zelda music was like the trance music part of the totally. Oh my goodness, I can't off the top of my head think of that music right now, but I know that as soon as it gets in there, it's like an earworm, and I'll be thinking of it all day long. Oh my goodness, it's, you know, those games, like I remember Tetris was something like that too. Like I had that dun 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 dun. Probably now going to get a copyright strike on this video. Okay, let's mix her skin tone next. Maybe let's zoom in on this again. Well, how about let's start here. So I'm going to take my warm yellow. I have a little bit of warm red in there. It gives it a bit of an orange quality. I suspect I might want to have a bit more yellow in there, but let's just... I'm going to take some blue. The more blue you mix into a brown, the darker it gets. Or sorry, the more blue you mix into an orange, the more brown you're going to get. Brown is literally just orange plus blue. Now, actually, this color is pretty close to what her hair would be. The one difference is we'd want to put a little bit of white, maybe even a little bit of black to make a gray in there. So I think that's pretty close, but we're mixing her skin color right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bunch of white. I'm going to mix this in here. Let's get a little closer. Maybe let's zoom in. Okay. So one of the things, by putting these side by side like that, you notice how muted her colors are compared to this color I've mixed here. There's a lot of paint. It's very comparatively, very saturated color. So it tells me I'm going to need probably most of this white. Now, the one thing is I put a lot of that white in, is obviously it's going to get much more lightly colored. Maybe, well, I was going to say maybe it's too light, but that's not bad. So what this tells me is I don't want to just add white. I think I want to add a little bit of black to turn this into a bit of a gray. Now you want to be careful how much black you put in there, because black is going to darken this color very quickly. So I just put a little bit in, mix it in. It's just like adding salt or something to a soup, right? You don't want to just dump all the salt in and be like, whoops, what have I done? I think we're getting close. I think I still need a little bit more black. Again, before I just drop all that in there, I'm just gonna, oops, I think I should have mentioned. So what I'm doing is I put that to the side, I mix it in, and then I just progressively add more in there. So that's pretty close. It's not exactly the same. If anything, it has a little bit more red in my color than in the original, which gives it a little bit more of a warmth to it, whereas hers is a little bit less saturated. But I think all in all, that might be good enough, right? I could continue mixing and mixing and mixing, but I'm pretty happy with what I've got. Let's just back out a little bit. So the same sort of thing. I'm going to try to dry brush this onto her face. Now, one thing, if I'm dry brushing this, I kind of got to go quickly, especially with a small brush, because you can see it starts to dry almost instantaneously because it's so thin, and I don't want to have, you know, weird blotches or streaks there. You can see, look at that, already dry, and instead of blending in, it just peeled off. I think I'm going to do another layer of that, but I want to make sure this is nice and thoroughly covered. And you know, honestly, as I look at that, this looks like there's a much thicker layer of paint there. So I think actually, rather than dry brushing her skin, I'm going to just paint it so-called properly, but let's blow dry it anyway. Okay, so I'm going to scale up on my brushes. I'm going to paint a thicker layer of paint here. Now you'll notice her features just totally disappeared. Now, if worse comes to worse, I could do the image transfer again on top of this. I'm not going to, but or maybe no, I'm not going to. Or maybe should I, just to show people? Let me think about it. Okay, so I can see all of my facial features here, so I'm not particularly concerned. But let's say you just did this and you're like, ugh, what happened? I lost everything. That's not a big problem. What I can do, or what I would do, is I would just do this. I would cut out her face. In fact, maybe I can see her eye there, but let's say I couldn't see it. Let's just show you how to rescue this. All right. So what I did is I cut this out so that I can find places. Let's say right down here. I know that that's a good place. So I'm going to take some tape right up there. That's where the top of her head is, so that I can pretty much tape that down in place. And then I can take my carbon paper and I could put this under there like that. I could take a pen, and let's say I'm just going to go over, or oops, that's sliding around. I want to try to avoid putting too much pressure on this, because that could lead like little fingerprints on there. So let's say I do that, and I peel this off, and now I can see, let's say, that line where her eyebrow is a little bit more clearly. And that would rescue this face if it was totally lost, right? Because I bet you there's a few people who, if they're painting along with me right now, that just had that happen and are in full panic mode right now. I'm almost of the mind to do another layer of this color. Because it is a little bit you know what? I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. It's not gonna be perfect, but I want people who are painting with me right now to know that their painting doesn't have to be perfect either. Right? So I'm gonna leave it. But at the same time, I've got more of that color left over. I can always change my mind later on, and I can decide, you know what, that kind of, it's bugging me. I'm gonna fix it. What I would say though is make sure you've got some of that extra paint left over. In fact, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna consolidate this color I used for her skin. Whatever I've got left over, I've got this big clump here. I'm just going to put it together into one big pile. That's going to help it last a lot longer. Now there's a little bit of red in there. The reason is if I decide I want to fix this later and I try to mix this, I'll never get that same color back again. It'll be close. I could do a pretty good job getting close. And I've been painting for 30 plus 40 years. But even I wouldn't be able to match it exactly. It might be a little bit off. So I would, it'd be much easier, because let's say if I did run out of paint and I had to redo it, I would just go right over the whole thing with that new color, so they don't have a little splotch of a different color. I mean, I kind of like having those different splotches of color, but I know some people it just drives them bonkers. So, okay. Lars says, thank you for helping me get into art, good sir. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Very cool. Stephanie says, I started a second God's Guadalupe, the Lady of Guadalupe painting, for a former coworker. It seems impossible to duplicate the original. I will just go with the flow, I guess. Absolutely. The Lady of Guadalupe painting, right? I mean, there's so many different versions of that painting, and each person, you know, and that painting, you can see it on the sides of buildings as murals. People have them as T-shirts, and each person kind of adds their own little flavor to it. I think that's great. Because I love the background music too. There are 2 or 3 that are my faves, and I catch myself painting a little faster when they start playing. I've tried to find them online. Are they on Spotify? I'm going to check. So the music in the background was written... Oops, let me bring this up here. Where is this? This is... Maybe I'll put a link to it. Actually, none of the songs will be on this album. What album would they be on? Might be this one, where you're going to see a lot of... I'll put this in the... Not sure if he's on Spotify. So this is my good friend Sam Davidson, who goes by the name Skim Milk. Him and I have done all sorts of collaborations together. We've toured across the country doing things together. Here's another album, The Ghosts of Jazz. I mean, I love all this. I designed the album art for almost all of his albums too, so the logo that he uses here is a logo I designed. This is his album Fingerprints. That's his fingerprint that I used. I traced over, and this is I think one of his most recent snips. I made this painting in the background there. Anyway, awesome guy, one of my favorite persons on the planet, one of my best friends, one of my best men at my wedding. There he is, Sam Davidson. One of the nicest, a true genius too. My goodness, that guy's a musical prodigy. Anyway, let's see, what should we do next? You know what, let's do another chapter here. So we've got the girl with beret. We've got her clothing established. We've got her skin color established. Now let's paint her hair and the beret, and then maybe then we'll have a clear idea of if the background needs any additional work. So there's the painting. So her hair, it's similar to her skin, but it has less black and white in there, so it's a little bit more vibrant in terms of color. So we put these side by side again. So what we're going to do is let's take our warm yellow. We're going to take warm red and warm blue. So I'm going to start out with my warm yellow, mix some of this warm red in there to make an orange. I'm going to have a little bit more red than we had in her skin. Now I'll take this blue in there. Now certainly not dark enough, so let's add more blue. And whoa, I think we might have gone a little bit too far in one direction here. Well, actually not too bad. I was going to say maybe that's too much blue, but I think that's okay. Now, let's see if I just bring this over here. So you'll notice my brown here is definitely way more saturated. But you know, if you squint your eyes and you look at the screen right now, you'll notice that they're actually similar in value. Value is the different contrast between light and dark. So I'm going to take some black, maybe not that much black, and I'm going to take some white, and I'm going to mix these in here as a gray. All right, so what I'm doing here is I want to keep the same level of value level, but I'm going to mute the saturation of the color. So technically, if this was in black and white, I want it to stay the same level of gray. It's just like we're just reducing the amount of color in here. I need more white. A little bit more black. How are we doing? Getting closer. It still needs to get more muted. So let's take more white, a little bit of black here. One thing is that, oh, that's getting pretty close to the color I used for her skin. So maybe let's put a bit more. Oh, that's a lot of black. That's close. Let's put a bit. I'm just going to dump all this black in here. That's close. I mean, I think I could probably put more white in here. But you know what? I think I'm going to put it paint with it. And then we can always adjust it later. I just want to kind of get this started here. So this, right, so that's the weird thing is sometimes you mix that color and it looks too dark on the palette, and then you paint it on your painting and it doesn't look dark enough or saturated enough. Now, you'd see it's a little bit transparent. That's just because the paint is still wet, and so I'm going to dry it and then come back and do another layer over top. So I think this area, there's some transparency here. Oops. So I'm just going to take a rag and I'm just going to try to wipe off. That's too much paint I'm wiping off. In fact, I don't like how hard of a line that is there. Let's try that again. And I got a little bit of that paint on her face. Remember I said maybe I might do, so I might come back there eventually. So I'm glad I saved some of that paint. So let's just blow dry this. I'm glad you're getting into the skim milk. Let's look at the original there. Okay. So let's do, we're going to take one where I just put a lot more white on there. So I'm just going to take my brush and I'm just going to mix a ton of white on there. And you know what? I'm going to sneak a little bit more yellow in there. Going to make a little bit, maybe even more light. think I can use this. Needs a little bit more white even there too. I think I went a bit too far there, so let's just you know what? We'll just leave that. Let's just leave it. Okay, but I do want for this bit of hair here, I think I am going to add a little bit more yellow and red. Compelled to want to use this a little bit here too. Very, very subtle, but just give it a little bit of more nuance there, I think is kind of nice. Okay. This is, thanks for the link, Michael. I found one of my favorites. Get Your Base Will. Yeah, I've heard those songs so many times. I listened to them over and over and over, especially when I was designing those albums, just listening to the music as inspiration over and over. Okay, so let's paint her beret. Now that beret does, you know, it's black, but again, I feel like it's got a little bit of blue. You tell me what you think, but I feel like, remember I mixed a blue, kind of like this dark blue jean color, using my black and my, I used my black and my warm blue to give me this dark kind of blue jean color. I think I'm going to use that again. And I painted her facial features with that. I'm going to use the same color here. I can always darken this by just adding pure black over top. In fact, maybe what I should have done is started with pure black and painted this over top. So maybe I'll even just do that right now. I'm just going to take my black . what was I wanted to do? That side by side. So I'm going to quickly blow dry this because I think I want to do another layer. But you can see just by having a little bit of blue in this color, it kind of helps create also separation from the background as well. Christy says it's crazy. It's not showing as bluish on screen at all. That's quite possible because it is very dark. I did start it with the blue and then I just painted the black over top. So maybe let's do. I'll just take my original blue that I mixed for my underpainting. Let's put this on top. Maybe that will make it look a little bit. Or I don't know if maybe you're meaning her version or my version having the bluish quality. I mean, I don't even know if it really does have that bluish quality or if I'm projecting. I'm injecting my own fashion taste, oops, into this painting. Not that there's anything wrong with a blue beret as opposed to a black beret. It's just those side by side, if you start to see a bit of a bluish quality there, not sure. Okay. I'm just looking. Do I need to go? I see that's the underlying line that was underneath. I think I gotta quickly blow dry that and just touch this up quickly. Just going to, once again, consolidate this extra leftover paint. Not a lot left, so I'm going to save it. I'm going to mix it maybe a slightly different color, or same color for her face, but if I did make a mistake with the beret, I want to have just a little bit of that paint left over. Okay. Now I think what I want to do is I'm going to go back to her face, and I am going to do another layer of color on her face because it's kind of disappeared, or not disappeared, but I don't like some of the stuff that I did here is kind of obscured or kind of changed that color. So let's do this second layer. It does kind of appear to me like she did do a second layer anyway. It looks like it's definitely thicker paint than anywhere else on the painting. So I'm so glad I preserved that paint. Let's blow dry this. Okay. What do I want to do here? So we've spent a little bit of time on her face and her clothes, beret hair, and maybe let's just take a look at the background again now that we've got the painting, really well established, and just see if are we in fact done with the background or not. Is there any work we want to do there? I just want to do a little check in here. So let's look at these side by side. Okay, so this would be an opportunity. So for instance, there's these areas where it's much lighter around here, a lot lighter right up around here, in here. So the question I have to ask myself is, do I want to darken anything? And if I do, this is the time to do it. Otherwise, hold your peace or whatever, right? So I think maybe I'm just going to do maybe a little bit of refinement. I'm going to take my brush. Again, I'm going to try to dry brush this. I just get a little bit of paint on here and then dust the rest off. So maybe in a few places. So I'm just doing little bits here and there. I don't want to completely take away from the energy and vitality of that first bit of work we did here, but okay, I think that's probably good enough, right? Not too much extra work needed or wanted in that area, but I feel like I just wanted to, especially you can see it's interesting, kind of the areas I just did where I got black closer up to the hair. Those are also areas where she's almost seemed to kind of, maybe it was too dark, and that's why she put those highlights there, because she wanted a little bit more of a definition between the background and the foreground there. Okay, I think it's good. Now, I think we're at, do we do, I can't remember if we did a foreground 3 already. Well, we'll do it. If it's wrong, I'll change it in the timestamps later. Okay. So now I'm going to come back to the foreground, and I want to paint her face. Really, that's one of the last remaining things to do here. But you know, if I look at my version of this, painting, most of her facial features have disappeared. Right, and remember we talked about a way to salvage that would be to cut something out. So I think I've already did this, so I'm gonna use it again, right? Now ideally my underpainting would have been more visible here, but I've covered it up with those thicker layers of paint that have a lot of white in them, and those lines have largely disappeared. So no shame in coming back and retracing these lines. Once again though, I just want to be careful about applying too much pressure on top of these lines or with my fingers, because then I could see a big smudge right where my index finger is on this painting. I'm going to just trace her chin back, because that's kind of disappeared as well. Alright, so I got my lines back. I don't have to stress about, you know, what's going on. Everything's back to normal. Problem solved. Everyone's still alive. We're doing great. The world is still turning. Hallelujah. Alright, we just rescued that. So let's mix another color. Well, actually, maybe let's just double check, see if there's anything else we want to do right here. You know, I might paint some of these oops. I think I might actually paint these highlights on her face right now, just before I move on. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of this paint. I don't even need much. I don't need much of it. And I'm going to take a significant amount of white. Okay, let's zoom in. You know, I'm going to use a smaller brush. Sure this is all in focus. I think this spot on her forehead is actually even brighter. So it might be even more white on there. I'm just going to take a little bit more of that color maybe not quite as light for, let's say, her chin. I'm just going to try to quickly dry brush a little bit up here. I almost wonder if this is the same color that's on her hair, now that I see it. I think I'm going to leave it as opposed to just painting over that, but I think it's probably pretty darn close. Hey, there's Barbara in the chat. Didn't see the notification for this one. Never mind, looking great. Awesome. Let's see, maybe we should do her lips next. I was just double checking to see if that's a... I think it's a warm red. Hard to really see. Anyway, I'm going to mix my warm red. I'm going to take some black in here as well. Because I think that's the color. I could have used, well, in fact, let's take a tiny bit of warm blue. Just give it a little slightly purple quality here. And we'll go the opposite. We're just basically going to use the same color we had for the rest of her, for her clothes. It's a little bit bigger and higher, maybe a little bit brighter than it could be or should be. I think I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to come back and just add a little bit more of the darker color over here. In fact, let's see if maybe we'll take it a little while it's wet and just brush this in. I was just about to paint the outlines on her face, but you know what? I think I want to get this little bit of dark edge here. So that's her, again, her skin tone. And I'm going to put a little bit of blue in that, as opposed to just putting black in there. I'm going to put a little bit of blue. It's just going to give it just a tiny bit more color. Is that too subtle? I think I need a little bit more. So let's take a bit more blue. I don't even know if blue is the right solution here. Now, often I would probably do this kind of thing as a glaze. I'm trying to avoid using anything like that in today's painting, just to kind of keep it as simple as possible, though. Okay, I think we're ready to do the final outlines here. So to do those outlines, I'm going to remix I really like this kind of denim color I have here. So I'm going to take my black. Rather than mixing it right in here, I want to preserve it just in case I have saved a bit of this here for my beret if I need it. I'm going to take quite a lot of my warm blue. There's other colors kind of mixed in there. I don't care if it's got a little bit of other colors in there. It does make it hard to mix the color again if it's a little bit tainted with other colors, but okay. Maybe I should just show something too. So while I'm doing this, I get the paint on my brush, and then I take it, and then I'm turning the brush, and that's going to help get a nice sharp point. So if I just put it in there and I don't turn the brush, it's going to have a big clump of paint at the end. And when I want to do these kind of sharper lines, I want to have as pointy of a brush as possible. Now it's really hard to see exactly what she's done here. It might even be worth just having my outline that I did nearby. So I saw this as one eye here. I'm just gently suggesting this bottom eyelid. Now this is kind of where it gets a little strange. You can see one eye almost appears to be looking kind of down, or maybe even to the left. Almost sort of looks here, like in that direction or something like this. Whereas this eye almost seems to be looking way off to the side. Now, I know this is going to seem kind of sacrilegious, but I am going to try to... I kind of want both of these eyes to be going in the same direction. So despite what she did, I'm going to kind of have these eyes oriented kind of maybe downward and maybe even a little bit to the left. I know that's not what she did, but I just know myself, if I try to do that, it's going to be one of those things where I'm going to look at it and it's just going to annoy me forever. I know some people are just gonna be like, what's the point of doing of working on a painting like this by a great artist and then kind of ignoring what they've done? It's a fair question. But the difference is that she was one of the greatest artists in human history, and she can pull stuff like that off. I'm not quite at her level, so the idea of me trying to do that, I have less confident I could pull that off. And again, at the end of the day, I have to make my painting work. It's got to be it has to kind of take on a life of its own, and so if I sense things about it that I want to change, I reserve the right to make any of those changes. I don't want to be kind of locked in. So as I paint this, my brush is just sort of just gently gliding along the surface here, not making putting much pressure on it at all. Now, sometimes people get really sloppy with little details like this because they're like, I'm almost done. I think you want to be careful. Just treat the whole, treat this area with the same care and loving attention that you did to her lips or whatever other part there, so that it's like if you made you wouldn't want to spend your whole day making the most delicious Thanksgiving turkey and then to try to just, you spend 5 minutes on make the sloppiest, packaged potato or something, a mashed potato. You'd want, right? It kind of negates all of that hard work you put in earlier. It's like, why bother to go to all of that effort only to just give up on something like that? Okay. Now, we talked about her signature earlier. So I could do an image transfer here, or I could sketch it out. What's the difference? Well, you know what? Maybe I will use, just for accuracy purposes. All right, so I'm going to decide, where do I want this to be? In fact, just cut her signature down into something a little bit, oops, that's more manageable there. that's good. I'm just going to double check. So let's say I'm looking at my pencil and where that's been shaved. So that's significantly closer to the bottom than it is to the left. So what if I move it? Or like that. I think about getting closer to that H. I know, it seems super nitpicky and stuff, but why not try to get it right while we're at it, right? So I'm trying not to even touch the carbon paper here, except with the tip of my pencil or pen. All right, here, this is what happened. A little bit of my finger pushed on the carbon paper a little bit, and so I got a little bit of carbon rubbed off on there. It's not egregious. In fact, probably most people wouldn't see it, but let's just see if I can erase a little bit of that. So that came off quite nicely. If that was a white background, though, oh, it'd be a little bit of a different story. I've enlarged this signature. Hers is very small, just off in the corner. So, I think we're getting pretty close here. So I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like we're almost at the finish line here. I just want to kind of just take a look and just see how these are side by side, and if I do want to make any little adjustments here. So a couple things I notice when I see them side by side is my lines are more defined than hers. So I have the option now, I could use my dry brush and just kind of go over some of these and make them feel a little bit more subtle. Like where's an area I might want to do that? I might want to do this on her face here with my where my white is. So let me take my white. So I'm kind of going over this line, not to hide it, but just to thin it down, make it a little bit less strong. I think I'm going to do the same thing up here. Just kind of just brush over this a bit. Okay, I'm just wondering about all these details. Like, do I want to brush over top of some of this? Put a bit of a shadow under her chin here. Should I do that in another little layer? Maybe. Okay, so let's take a nice dry brush. Here's my paint that I had left over from her face earlier. Let's zoom right in. Michael or Barbara says, Michael, could you use black with glazing fluid for the lines so they're not so defined? Absolutely, yeah. And or you said, or would she have sanded the lines? I don't think she used sandpaper at any time, but she could have used because she was painting with oil paint. Those lines would stay wet for like a week. She could just use a palette knife or a cloth just to kind of smudge them or remove some of the paint. So I don't think she ever used sandpaper, but for acrylic painting, yeah, I mean, you could use sandpaper and just gently go over those lines. Thing is, you might remove some of the paint elsewhere too. So again, I'm just going to use my brush here with a little bit of this skin color on here just to gently kind of dust over these lines a little bit. Right, so I've only used, I haven't dipped my brush back in the paint at all. It's just a little dusting here. I think that's kind of nice. It just makes things a little bit more subtle. I might go back to that eye here in a second, but so as I do that, this eye is now kind of drifting a little bit to the right. I would say that's kind of where it's looking. Whereas this eye's still going away. So there's still those diverging eyes, but in hers, that eye is kind of pretty much pointing right off to the side like that. And I do think that is kind of a bit of a key part of this painting. I just don't. I'm a little anxious about making it a central part there. Now, something I always think about is a reflection on the eye, just to give a little bit of life in there. Now, she didn't really do that in this painting, so it kind of feels maybe a little bit sacrilegious to do this, but I am going to do it. I can always remove it, so we can do it, and then you can tell me, like, Michael, that was a stupid idea. What on earth are you thinking? You should go right to art jail. Okay, so maybe if I look at this, I mean, there is almost kind of a reflection down here on the bottom of her eye. It could just be a glitch in the JPEG, but little dot there. A little dot there. Right? I mean, that is about as small of amount of paint as I can put on a painting, that it almost looks like a little speck of dust. But for me, that's pretty important to have something like that there. I'm just going to lastly come back here with just pure white. And just put a little bit more of a highlight on the nose. That white's going to look really bright right now, and then over the next 5 minutes it's going to kind of quieten back down again. You know, when I look at hers, I almost feel like I could put a little bit of yellow in there. But I think that's probably good enough. So okay. Barbara says the smudged fuzzy effect is quite difficult to master. It almost looks like crayon. Says Christina. Barbara says, oh yes, or chalk. That's the difference between acrylic and oils, I suppose. She says, oh yeah, I can see using oil pastel stick or something. Not familiar enough with using oils. That kind of smudgy effect is much easier to do with oil paint because it stays so wet. It stays wet for so long that you can very easily just go in there with a rag or a finger or even a dry brush and just blend things out a little bit more. Whereas acrylic paint, as I'm sure you know, dries so quickly that you don't really have, that option to do so. Where am I? How come I'm not on screen here? You can do a little bit of that. But I think you can still get those same effects just as we've done here. Yeah, dry brushing is tricky as a technique, but I think it is a really good one to have at least attempted, that you can use when you want, because especially if you don't have glazing fluid or medium and you've just got the paint and you want a little bit of an effect. That's why I tried to use it exclusively here in this painting so that people could do it, because maybe if you're a beginner painter you don't have any of those extra materials. Okay, so we're at the end of this episode. Let's do a quick side-by-side comparison and compare our version to the one by the great master herself. Just quickly before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when these episodes are taking place. I'm hoping to do another one tomorrow morning. Just my daughters might be getting sick again, so you'll see. If I'm here live, it means she's well and she's at school. If you don't see me, then we're, as I said, probably sitting around watching a Minions movie for the 10th time. Or maybe it's Minions 1, 2, or 3. If you want to support the channel with a couple of dollars as a donation, that would be greatly appreciated. Help pay for, I just had to get a new light over here because the other one was flickering. That's why we were a little bit late getting started today. So all of the donations go just right back into the show. If you scan the QR code or enter in that web address, it'll take you to a page that looks just like this. Just make sure you've got the right address down before you donate, because I'm sure there's somebody's got a scam running out there. Or just use the direct link in the description below or on my website. If you want to contact me for any reason or send an e-transfer or check or package or something, contact me via my email, which is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down there below. Speaking of the Facebook group, here's the link to the Facebook group. Scan the QR code or enter in one of those web addresses there. And that's what our Facebook group looks like. There's almost 2,000 people now part of that group from all over the world who are all at different places on their creative journey, and I'm sure there's somebody who is where you're at right now. There's plenty of people who have literally just begun. You can always join the group. You don't have to post anything to it, but it's, I think, very inspiring to see what other people are creating in their own versions of these paintings. Of course, I'd love to see yours, but that's totally up to you. So let's look at today's painting. Once again, Helene Schjerfbeck's Girl in Beret from 1935. There's hers. And drum roll, please. There's our version today. So, as always, there's some differences. Hoping for more similarities than differences. But I'm feeling pretty good about how this one turned out. I just love her original painting, so I've tried my best to give it the same level of love and attention. So how about where should we go? Close enough, right? Maybe let's start here. In the corner. Let's go all the way up here so you can see the bottom edge. So, I mean, obviously I made her signature much bigger. I'm pretty happy with the way that the dry brush has turned out. It seems to have mimicked pretty well what she did with her painting. I think it's, again, it's a fun technique to learn how to do. You know, as I look at mine, I feel like this could have been maybe even a little bit dirtier. I mentioned I could possibly have put a little bit of warm yellow into this pink. This pink was made with warm red and white. I could have imagined putting a little bit of warm yellow and maybe even a little tiny bit of gray. Mine's maybe a little bit more saturated than hers, but yeah, I think it's fine. I'm not going to complain about that. Maybe let's just go all the way to the far side here. Oops, not that far. There we go. There is this, I think, a little blop of paint there on her painting. I could put a big blop of white paint there, so it looks exactly like hers, but I think that, again, would be one of those things where I would forget that I had done that, and then a few months from now I'd be like, oh, that's terrible, and I would go and paint it out. So, you know, I chose to leave a little bit of this area a little bit more exposed like I did on the other side there, just for balance sake, even though she didn't do that, but that's fine. I'll just go all the way up to the top here, just see corners, and then we'll wrap up looking at her face. Alright, I think that's good. I liked kind of the edges just feeling a little bit rougher. Right, there's something about that to me that just communicates like urgency. That she's like, I'm in a hurry. I don't have much more time left on this planet. I don't care about the corners. I'm gonna just get this painting going as quickly as possible. I maybe could have put a little bit more paint there, but I don't mind that background being a little bit dusty like that. a little bit more transparent in my version. Maybe let's just look at the top of her head here. You know, when it comes to the beret, again, I could have maybe darkened this a little bit more, made it almost seamless. I even now see a little line there on the beret. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going to keep it like that, though. I like that that's, you know, this color is, it's my black plus some warm blue. So it is a very, very, very dark blue, like brand new dark wash blue jeans kind of thing. I did that kind of for stylistic purposes, but also to make a distinct difference between her beret and the background. If they were both the same black, they would look maybe almost too similar and could be confusing. And I think she did maybe something similar to that in her own painting, at least to make them appear as different as possible. Okay. Alright, well, you know, maybe let's look just down at her collar here before. Alright, so I put a little bit of some color, added a little bit of blue to my skin tone there to create some of those shadows. I had done a little dark line there, and I just used, when I was dry brushing back over top, just to hide that line a little bit. Not to just cover it, because I wanted it there, but just make it less apparent. And yeah, so let's just look at her face here. Okay, so I think this turned out pretty good. I mean, some of hers has a little bit more of that blurry effect. I wonder to some extent if it's possible that is just the low resolution of the JPEG image that I'm using could be causing. I mean, I'm sure it's causing some distortion. How much is hard to tell. Let's see, what are some areas of major difference? I was a little confused with her nose, right? Trying to figure out exactly where to put those lines. Even if this area right here is a actual I have drawn a little nostril around there, maybe where, I don't know if there is one there or not, but I put it there. I mean, I can almost see these lines connecting into one, kind of almost like a drip from a faucet kind of happening here. Didn't quite make those lines connect, but it's okay. Her lips, again, are also pretty indistinct. I could see this just being one solid shape and not having that dividing line like I put on there, but other little differences or maybe just areas, is this edge of her face is a little bit, you know, we could probably have just drawn a line straight through here, because technically this would be where her cheekbone would be, right here. So potentially that line could have ended here, come in and gone up, but I don't think it's, I don't mind how I've done that too. I'm not sure exactly what this does. This definitely looks like an area where she used her palette knife maybe to scrape stuff off right there. It is a little bit tempting to get the sandpaper out and do that little area. Should I do that right before we end? How am I doing with time? I got a minute or two. Let's just be silly one last time. Okay, so I'm just using some 100 grit sandpaper. trying to keep these lines going consistently up and down, so not all over the place, because that I discovered last time was not very flattering. Okay, I mean, that's just gentle. I was barely touching the surface there with the sandpaper, just gently gliding it around, guiding it, really. I think that's kind of nice. Again, there's a little slight, weird, strange nuance there that would be, without the sandpaper, would be otherwise basically impossible to do. Is that everything? Okay, let's, now that I just did that little area there, let's just kind of zoom back out and just see. Come on, there we go. That is fun. I like how this whole past week series of paintings turned out here. So maybe just before I sign off, I just want to see all the paintings we did inspired by this master together. I'm not sure if I got enough space here. Let's clear some room. It's not fair because it's a little bit darker over here. But again, it's just kind of neat, I think, to see 4 paintings inspired by this same artist, an artist that I greatly, greatly admire. Oops. Kind of together, and just, we can see a little bit of, I don't know if you can see maybe quite the progression, but here's from when she's in her late 20s. Here she's, I think, about 40. Here she's about 50. And here she's about 70. Right? And how this great artist, her ideas transformed throughout her life. Her technique kind of evolved, and I think it's just such a great demonstration of kind of the history of modern art. Because if we just saw today's painting on its own, it's like, oh, well, obviously not that great of a painter. Like, I mean, it's so simple, it's not very photorealistic. And then we kind of look at what she was doing when she was much younger, and we recognize, wow, she could really paint. She really knew what she was doing. She could paint like a photograph. But she made, very conscious decisions to refine her palette and to simplify things, to try to get at the essence of the figure here. These two being self-portraits, and then these two being portraits of other people. People we don't really know who they are at this point. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for painting along with me, for keeping me company through today's episode. I'm super excited to see if anybody attempts any of these great paintings by Schjerfbeck. And if you're in the New York area, I strongly encourage you to go see that exhibition that's up, I think, through mid-April of 2026. If not, it's a good reason to go visit Finland. I would love to go see these paintings in the National Gallery Antonym, and visit some of the locations where she lived and worked. One of my favorite artists of all time, and I can't wait for her star to grow even brighter over the decades to come. Remember that making art, looking at art, talking about talking about art, and sharing your love of art helps introduce more beauty and creativity, productivity into the world when there's so much anger, violence, and destruction going on. Let's be constructive. Let's introduce more positive ideas and feelings into this world to counteract those negative forces. Thank you so much for helping to make this world a better place for myself and for my daughter in particular. I want her to grow up in a safer world than the one we're in right now. And I just wish some of our leaders would take an art class. I think we'd live in a safer world already. Until then, my friends, maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Who knows, depending on everyone's health. And to that, I wish everyone a wonderful evening. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.